Good morning, pool fans watching around the world. Our featured match today, as you can see in your screen, is the quarterfinals. In this final day of the European Championships, we're looking at the under 17 championships. Our featured match here is between Andrei Jurchanovsky versus Ruben Gomes from Portugal. Andrei, who's won the leg, representing North Macedonia. This is a exciting match coming up. Both players won their previous matches pretty convincingly. The man at the table, Andrei, won his previous match 7-2 to book his place in the quarterfinal, and his opponent even went one better. He won his previous match with 7-1. So both players a lot to play for, as we have a closer look at the first break here from Andrei to start off the match. I was about to say Andrei with a successful break there, but the 3-point rule is in play, in operation, so unfortunately he did not manage to pass that test, and he would be devastated because he's left his opponent with a great and nice easy opening shot here, and the layout, in all honesty, looks perfect. I think he's got enough angle to screw past the back of the 3 or above the 3 really, just like that. And now with one shot, he's pretty much favorite to put this rack on his name. If you're wondering what the three-point rule is, it basically means that when you break, you need to make 3 points to continue. So by potting a ball, it's obviously 1 point. If you would pot 3 balls, then you already passed the test. If you could pot a ball and 2 other balls past the head string, so the area where they break from, then it's called a legal break and you can continue, which did not happen, unfortunately, for Andrei. And to make matters worse, as you can see here, he's left his opponent with a great chance to settle himself in the match. Needless to say, of course, when you start off a match, particularly in a quarterfinal, you'd love to get off to a good start, a nice easy layout, just to settle yourself down. And of course, it's a cliche, but it's a cliche for a reason. If you extend the period where you put your first rack on the board, you never settle. So the longer it takes, the more edgy you could potentially become. And I say that Ruben with a very unexpected miss, and that will hurt because there was no reason to cause that error. Andrei with a great opportunity to punish his opponent, which is a odd one really, because it was his break and the break looked almost perfect, barring the fact that he did not pass the 3-point rule. His opponent got a great chance, missed that 6, and by doing so, when Andrei actually goes on to pot these 2 balls, it's already a slight psychological blow to his opponent. Doesn't want to make the same mistake as his opponent did there on the 6. Made sure to pot the 7 as well as the 9. Like I said at the top of the program, these guys are participating in the under 17 part of the tournament, and well, it has to be said, the young man from North Macedonia is quite a tall lad for someone under the age of 17, so that's something that might play a part in his pool career when the players develop their height and the physical changes they go through. It also has a little impact on your technique, so he's someone to keep an eye out for him. As we see Ruben with his first break of the match. Ruben with a successful break here, and it seems like the 3 passes the 9, and if it does, as long as he can stay away from that bottom left corner pocket, he should be able to play a nice positional shot on the 4 here, and he could be off and running. Seems like he can hold the cue bar. So what's his angle now on the 4? To go forward towards the 5, or maybe not. He's looking at below the center pocket, so maybe he can't get closer to the 5. That shouldn't really cause him any. Oh, he could. Yeah, cue ball stopped right in time there. It would have been a lot more awkward if it would have stopped right on the top of the 6. As it is, you can go multiple ways to play position on the 6 here. Again, the 6 ball eludes the young man from Portugal. And these type of misses, they really put a dent in your confidence. I would say, of course, it's only the starting phase of the match, so he's still got a little bit of time to, you know, do himself justice. But like I said, these type of misses, these unforced errors really grow the frustration of a player, to say the least. Andre trying to work out which path he's wanna take towards the 7 from this 6 ball. It's looking like 2, 3, maybe even 4 rails. The cue ball needs to travel. No, he's not. He's definitely not got a pot on the 7, and it's looking like he's hooked himself on the 7 as well. So it's looking like he's failed to capitalize on that mistake. Yeah, that was an interesting route he took on that kick shot on the 7. I thought he could have come off the left side rail, long rail, I should say, and maybe even try and pot the 7 off 2 rails, maybe even directly. I thought going that direction would have given himself a bit more options. As it is, Ruben now gets the chance to put his first rack on the board, and having missed 2 fairly easy 6 balls, I'm sure he would feel a lot more relieved now as he tries to putt this 9 ball. And in doing so, he's put his first rack on the board. He could consider himself a bit fortunate because, as I said, with these previous 2 mistakes he made on the 6, it could have easily been 2-0 in favor of his opponent. It does give himself the chance to settle now and maybe calm the nerves. One thing is for certain, the winner of this match will have a Polish opponent in the semifinals, because the other quarterfinals, there are of course 4 quarterfinals going on simultaneously, and they will play the all Polish affair, the winner of that match, which is Jakub Chrobot versus Mateusz Sadlik. That match is running 4-1 in favor of Jakub Chrobot, so he's firmly taken a lead there. As we turn our attention back on the match, once again Andre not with a successful break, and again Ruben Gomes with a nice chance here to take the lead for the first time. he should be able to get enough bite on the cue ball. It can go wrong, of course, if you let your cue ball drift too much towards the bottom part. The 7 can come in your way as well as the 9. And he's played that nicely. Needs to come off the side rail here to play position on the 4. This particular shot, or just in pool general, when you're able to get your cue ball to the center table, is more often than not the place of the table where you leave yourself multiple options. Here you can clearly see it's, let's say, a foot short from being center table. Now all of a sudden he needs to cue over the 8 ball, which already is a hindrance. This is not a very tough shot, of course. You can use the natural angle to go around the 5, but you can see just by leaving his cue ball a little bit shorter, he's already made that shot a bit more difficult than it should have been. Hence why he failed to putt the 4. A little bit surprised. What I have picked up on Ruben Gomes is his stance is a little bit unorthodox. Almost feels like he's a flow player, that he just gets down on the shot what feels natural to him, not like a methodical pre-shot routine, if you'd like. A great shot there by Andre, or has he been unfortunate? He has. You know, the idea was lovely, but if you're being ultra critical, you could say he slightly overhit the cue ball. This time around, going around the back rail gives him great chance to hook his cue ball behind the 7. Well, the 6 hit the 7. That's why this is puttable. It's definitely not easy. It's one of those where you feel like it's almost like a free shot for Ruben, because if he misses the 6 on a thin side, it should bounce off the side rail towards the top rail. And if the cue ball travels enough towards the bottom rail, he would always have the 7 to the side. So this is a shot that you couldn't really go all in for. Yeah, well, you can see he missed it thin, like I said. And the worst thing that could happen is leave the 6 there. Again, this is makeable with a bank, but it's far from easy. Be interesting to see whether Andre goes for the attack or just tries to play safe here. He played a simple side-to-side shot. The only problem with that ball is more oftentimes than not, you would give some sort of a bank shot away, and with the 6 not being as close to the rail as he would have liked, it makes the bank shot a lot easier, or the safety opportunities. The line was good, and so is his cue ball. This is a snooker on the 6. Andre immediately going for his jump cue, so these long jump shots, the hardest thing in the jumps is always controlling the cue ball. And if you put any unintentional side, it's gonna swerve mid-air. The 6 is close. Both players are actually playing their first quarterfinal when it comes to the European Championships under 17 in the 9-ball division. I'll start off with Ruben Gomes from Portugal at the table. He's been to a couple of quarterfinals in the 8-ball division. His previous best result was the last 16 in the 9-ball, so he surpassed that for sure, trying to go a step further. And his opponent, Andrei, most previous best result in terms of European Championship was a quarterfinal, so he's equaled that in the 9-ball. But earlier in the year, he played the Epbf Youth Masters and he went to the semifinals there, and that was a 9-ball tournament. Nicely controlled his cue ball there. Made sure that he would play it hard enough to bounce it back twice. Andrei Gyurchinovsky back in front, 2-1 with his opponent to break. It's an interesting dynamic so far. As we see in our screen, the other featured live stream table with live commentary. You can follow that match on our YouTube channel, ProBilliardTV. And if you do us a favor by helping us to grow the channel, make sure you like, subscribe, and hit the notification button so you don't have to miss any of the live action. I was about to say it's an interesting dynamic, this match, although this break has let the young man from Portugal down. Of the two players, Ruben Gomes has definitely been breaking better of the two, but he's also missed a lot more than his opponent. So his opponent right now has been playing stronger of the two, but his break has not been his best weapon so far. So be interesting to see how that dynamic can change over the course of this match. And now this positional shot on the 4 is crucial because, as you can see, the 6 is occupied and congested around the 7. So it'd be in his favor to really send his cue ball towards the left side rail here, just to guarantee himself that he can get to the putting angle of the 6. See, if you're trying to be too cute with your cue ball, you can easily overrun and not leave yourself a putt at the 6. And it seems like he can just get enough of the putting angle to continue this run. Yeah, this is a decision-making time. He needs to make up his mind whether he wants to settle for the 7 in the middle, which seems to be the way forward, or he wants to come up and down. Well, up and down it is, and the cue ball is absolutely perfect. As you saw there, there's quite some risk involved in that shot. Barely just missed the 8, but managed to put enough power and side spin in his cue ball, and that was a fabulous shot from the 6 to the 7, which cleared the pathway for what seems to be a 3-1 lead here for the young man from North Macedonia. So good signs here for the young man at the table. He's looking firmly in control. His opponent taking a timeout. I think at an important juncture of the match, because his opponent, the young man from North Macedonia, is definitely looking the stronger of the two. So this could be a great moment for him to take a timeout, as we see Tom Kurtz at the table on our other live stream table, table 1. That is the under 19 division. As we wait for Ruben Gomes to return, I'll just have a quick look of what has been going on the other tables. This match we've been following is the under 17 division, the quarterfinals, that is. If you've just joined us, welcome. The winner of this match will play a young man from Poland, as it is seeming that Jakub Shrobot from Poland, who is playing his fellow countryman Mateusz Sadlik, he's firmly in the lead there. He's 6-1 up, so it could be Jakub Shrobot, the next opponent. And then the other remaining quarterfinals, it's Linus Leitmann from Germany, who is playing hometown hero Max Benko, the German taking the lead in that match, 4-3 up. And the last one in this under 17 is Svit Pavelniak, also from Slovenia, 3-2 up against Viktor Kaczmarek from Poland. As Ruben Gomes has returned from his timeout, Andrei Gurchinovsky gets this match underway once again. Both players yet to be truly tested in this 9-ball European Championships. Ruben Gomes has won one match 7-5. His opponent at the table, the furthest he'd been pushed was a 7-4 victory, so Andre, once again, his break has not been serving him any favors so far. Although this layout is looking a lot more difficult, particularly this opening shot here for Ruben. A very awkward shot indeed, as you can see. There's a couple of things that is causing some distress. First and foremost, he can't really cue the cue ball really well, and the cue ball was always going close to that corner pocket. All things considered, he done well there. Should be able to draw his cue ball back a foot. A couple of inches would be more than enough. Needs to leave himself an angle on the 3 to get back on the 4. That should be enough. Now here it's important to decide whether he wants to go around the right side of the 8 or inside, so between the, or even take that equation out of the way and go below the 9. Options here. Yeah, I picked up on this previously. It does not seem like this young man, Ruben Gomes, has a very methodical pre-shot routine, and it is something you would definitely advise any aspiring professional player. I'm not saying he has to change everything he's been working with for probably a couple of years now, but a solid pre-shot routine is not something to take lightly. Just these 2 pots to close the gap on his opponent, and it's looking like that short timeout by Ruben was just about the right time in this match, because his opponent was gaining a lot of momentum, and this run has been very solid indeed. Gets the break, so in with a chance to level the scores after this break. The cue ball did a lot of mileage, but it's looking like this 2 ball does pass the 7. If it does, again, this is looking like a great opportunity by the young man from Portugal. Yes, it does. I don't know whether he can create enough angle to go around the back of the 7. If he feels like that is a bit too straight, he can opt to play the deep screw shot here. Yeah, he had enough angle to work with. Yeah, and you can see this positional shot from the 3 to the 5 is actually important, because if you leave yourself too high on the 5, it all of a sudden becomes a little bit more difficult to play nicely on the 6. So it's looking like he can go around the back of the 6 of the left side rail, top rail, or bottom rail I should say, and then on the 6. Oh, he went directly. My cue ball already overrun a bit. That's why I thought he would use the second rail. Of course the pot is very doable, but since it's a blind pocket as it's called, it's a thin cut, so controlling the cue ball is a little bit harder here. Yeah, that cue ball needs to stop in time. He's okay. He's got an angle to work with here. The one thing he cannot afford, well, two things of course, missing the pot or scratching, is running into the 9. So whatever he does, he can't afford to run into the 9 here. It's been a journey so far, this rack, but again, this 9 to level the scores. Nicely recovered the situation there. And very important, it feels like, that he closed the score here. Yeah, once again, an illegal break by Andrei Kurchinovsky. That's something that will definitely play a big part for him in this tournament if he wants to prevail. I can confirm the winner of this match will play Jakub Hrobot, who won his match in the quarterfinals against his countryman Mateusz Sadlik. 7-3 victory there. So their opponent is waiting on them. And like I said, Andre, if he wants to give himself the best chances, he has been putting and running the racks pretty convincingly, but that break really needs to improve to give himself a chance to win this European Championships. doesn't look like he can avoid going forward and avoid to hit the 4. So that's why he's queuing down on the cue ball to go around the left side of the 4. And it's a tight margin, as you can see, because the cue ball will go close to the left corner pocket. Made sure he hit it hard enough not to hook himself behind the 9 here. Needs to decide whether, once again, he wants to leave himself high on the 4 or land in between the gap of the 8 and the 9. Nicely executed. Guaranteed himself a angle to continue this run. Just needs to cross the table. Well, one thing is for sure, after the timeout Ruben Gomez took, he's returned a much more focused player at the table. Not all of the racks been completely faultless when it comes to cue ball control, but nevertheless he has closed the gap, and it's looking like he's in with a great chance to take the lead again in this match. And after having had a slow start, this is a pretty decent comeback here by the young man from Portugal. A 3-rail run shot here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, these are really comfortable shots for any cues, I would think. Doesn't need to do a lot with his cue ball, just use the natural angle, maybe a little bit right spin, up and down. Yeah, he's definitely picked up on his game, Ruben Gomes. And now this time around, his opponent takes a timeout, so as we await for his opponent to return, let's see if we can have a glance at what has been going on the other tables. On our other live stream featured match on table 1, that is under the 19 division. Attila Seyman versus Tom Kurtz. Attila at the table right now. That match you can follow also on our YouTube channel, ProBilliardTV, provided with live commentary as well. as we just await for Andrei Yurchinovsky to return from his timeout. You can see just over the shoulder of Ruben Gomes, 5 trophies to be won today. This is, of course, the last day of this fabulous European Championships that has provided us with so many great moments, so many potential career-changing moments. Don't go anywhere. Today is really action-packed and a lot of high-stakes matches coming up your way, all live and free on these 2 live stream tables. Of course, if you want to follow one of your favorites in the tournament, you can head over to the epbf.com website and see which player is where in the schedule and what the scoreline is on the other tables. Of course, from time to time, we will do our best to give you an update on that. Ruben Gomes to break, 8th rack. Legal break, yes. However, first shot does not look like an attacking shot, so needs to carve out a good safety shot here, or maybe even a push out. Was a nice safety shot there by Ruben. That was far from easy. Trying to guarantee the contact on the 1 was very important, and also his cue ball is as good as he could have done there. But his opponent has been very fortunate indeed with that jump shot. You can clearly see what Ruben thinks of that shot from his facial expression. Now, hitting the 1 should not really be too difficult for the young man from Portugal. But of course, as it is always when you're snookered or hooked, it's not only about hitting the object ball, it's about hitting it and getting it safe. And what a lucky shot that has been. He's missed it twice, and then the last moment, just with the check side on the cue ball, is just grazed the 1 and hooked his opponent once again back on this 1. And look at the cue ball. It was so close to drop in the side pocket as well. Both players been a little bit lucky with their snooker escapes. Seems like Andre has won that safety exchange. Yeah, he's got a clear chance here to pot the 1. And doesn't have to do anything crazy with his cue ball. Just make sure you pot the 1. Just like that, nicely executed. Also landed on the right side of the 2. Can get his cue ball back in the open. So based from this angle, if you can draw your cue ball back towards the center point of the table, you should leave yourself a nice angle on the 4 to go up and down, maybe even use 2 or 3 rails. All depends on the angle on the 4, of course, and also shot preference by the player. That nearly went wrong. Definitely didn't want to run into the 7. You can see enough the 5 to keep this run going, so no harm done there. Seems to have overrun his cue ball a little bit. And now this cut on this 6 ball is a lot tougher. And also the 2 side pockets, the middle pockets, can be a danger zone when you're trying to putt the 6. Yeah, made sure that he stayed on the low side of the center pockets. Nice recovery shot there by Andre. Andre levels the scores. Well poised this quarterfinal. Both players off the back of a timeout have returned with a successful return to the table. So once again, a timely option to take the timeout for them. As you can see here in the overview camera angle, the other featured match on our live stream table, table 1, Attila Seyman versus Tom Kurtz. Attila at the table there. Oh, maybe you've heard it in the background. Our official in the arena declared a legal break once again. He's not had a legal break ever since the start of this match, Andre. And also what is interesting is his opponent is by far been the better breaker of the 2 players in this match. But Ruben Gomez has been breaking from what is from this angle the left side as we look at the camera angle. What is for the players, of course, the right side. But Andre has not changed the position of his break, so he's been stuck to his guns and trying to break from the right side from this camera angle. And it's interesting to see that he's not willing to experiment a little bit with his break. Ruben should be able to play this with inside left. Well, didn't want to overcomplicate things. Just made sure that he potted the 3 and has a shot on the 4 here. The only thing with this shot here now is running away from the 5 a little bit. You can definitely put it in the side pocket. Basically 2 ways of playing position on the 6 here, whether keep it simple and bounce off the side rail towards center table, just like so. Or even play it a little bit firmer and cross the table for the 6 in the left side pocket. He needs to make sure he passes the center line towards the right as we look at it to be able to see the 7. If he can use the area, let's say above the middle pocket, it's a big area to land with his cue ball, but needs to make sure that he lands on the right side of the table rather than center table. That would be a little bit too close for comfort. As you can see, he's past the center line of the table. That way he would always have a shot here on the 7. So good thinking there by the young man from Portugal. Sometimes it's about leaving yourself options rather than trying to play perfect position. Although that cue ball seems to be a lot harder. Well, stopped in his tracks for a second there. Still doable this, but a lot harder of course with the cue ball being so close to the side rail. These can be missed, although he's made light work of that, so nice recovery shot there by Ruben Gomez. Solid stuff from the young man. He had an edgy start in the beginning, but ever since he's been definitely playing better of the two. Clawed his way back from being 3-1 down. Back in front once again, 5-4 up. And also gets the break. I hope I don't jinx him, but watch this break. He has been consistently breaking from the left side of the table, or the right side from the player's point of view. And of the two players, he's been having the better break for sure. In fact, his opponent has not had a legal break ever since the beginning of the match. It is a legal break, although unless if he's trying to be very aggressive, he could use the 2 to pot the 7, or maybe right now it's the right time to play a solid safety shot here. Hide his cue ball behind the 5 here and send the 2 behind the 8 and the 9. Delicate shot, but he should be able to control his cue ball here. Yeah, nicely played. Wow, that is incredible. His opponent hit the 2 and then the 9 dropped as well as the 2. So that's a quick turnaround for his opponent. 5-all. What a match we've got on our hands, ladies and gents. 5-5 the scores, race to 7 for a place in the semi-final. Well, let's see whether Andre is now going to break from the other side of the table. So far, he's stuck to his guns and he's broken from the right side. Yeah, once again, not willing to change his break. Hoping to get a legal break for the first time. What a moment to get your first legal and successful break if it happens for him on this turn. Once again, a legal break. It's very, very hard indeed to make some progression if you're playing in a tournament and your break is not cooperating. Needless to say, to try and putt this two does not seem to be the most difficult part of the shot, but it is about controlling the speed and the spin on the cue ball to leave yourself a shot on the 3 seems to be the hardest part of this shot. Ruben going airborne here. Desperately trying to get as full as of a contact as he can, otherwise he will lose his cue ball. Yeah, that was a quarter ball contact. That's why his cue ball has landed where it has, and he's not got a shot here on the 3. That was an error there by Ruben. Andre has the perfect angle to go around the back of the 9 for the 5 in the same corner pocket. Failed to putt the 3. If anything, he could count himself a little bit fortunate not to have left his opponent with an easier opening shot here. So much so that he's maybe even considering to play safe. Or can he play a two-way shot here? Maybe try and bank the 3. He's weighing up the options here, Ruben Gomes. Once again, safety attempt has let him down. Another chance for the young man from North Macedonia. Pressure is palpable. A lot at stake for these young men. That was a nicely executed deep screw there by the young man from Portugal. feels like this is a very crucial part of the match so far. Both players had a look in this rack. It's looking like the young man from Portugal is gonna get himself on the hill here. And of course, he gets the break after this rack regardless. But what he would give to be 6-5 in front to break rather than 6-5 down. Just taking a little bit extra time to compose himself. "11 racks played, possible 2 to come. Ruben Gomes to break next. As the pool gods never fail to write a good scenario, for the first time in the match, Ruben Gomes fails to pot a ball off his break. Well, the only thing I would say for Ruben, considering all the pressure in this juncture of the match, and also looking at the layout, it's definitely not a roadmap for his opponent. Ooh, when he fails to pot the one, I was a bit careless there. Was a little bit more concerned with the positional side of the shot. And having said that, he might have just pushed the 2 close enough towards the 4 where it cannot be potted directly. So maybe in missing the 1, there is still a little lifeline left for the young man from North Macedonia. Because it seems like the only way to continue once his opponent pots the 1 is by playing a combination 2 to 4. But he needs to get there, and from this angle, well, maybe he can play the carom. He wants to go aggressive and attack. I think the carom in this position is not the hardest part. It's about controlling the 2. So come off the side of the 2 and pot the 4 here. But to push the 2 back in the open is the most important part here. Yeah, he done well. You can take it top right, and the 3 being close to the 2 makes it a lot easier. So a pressure shot coming up, but could be a very important shot in the context of the match for Ruben Gomes. As I said at the top of the program, his previous best result in his young pool career has been a last 16. Oh, and he's just, well, has he potted the 2? Has he fluked the 2? All sorts is going on. That is tough to take when you're Andrei Yurchinovsky. Misses the 2 and flukes it in the other corner pocket with a perfect angle on the 3 as well. Has left this one a little bit short though. I mean, he could have gotten a lot closer to this 5, and with the pressure definitely palpable. This is not a guarantee just yet. So, two important positional shots coming up, 6 to 7, and of course 7 to 8 to try and book his place in the semi-final. Seems to have recovered the situation nice. A long straight pot at the 8, guaranteed to be on the 9 here. Yeah, nicely done. So take one more deep inhale. As you can see, compose himself. This is a very big moment here for the young man from Portugal. This 9 to book his place in the semi-final. Well, huge congratulations to Ruben Gomes from Portugal. Books his place in the semi-final where he will meet the Polish player Jakub Hrobot. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot of matches coming up for you live and free on our YouTube channel. My name was Arya Sorabi. Thank you for your time and attention, and we'll be back with the semifinals shortly. Bye for now.
players, could you please take your seats and the referees prepare the tables. Welcome back to the final day of the Predator European Youth Pool Championship, presented by Therme Olimia Resort and organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. We're with 9-ball and it's time for our semi-finals. On table 7 with the girls from Poland, Julia Babica. And the Turkish Cypriot, Sevimsu Yazgarikan. On table 5 with the under-19s, it's an all-Austrian match featuring Simon Attila and Markus Schleindler. On table 4 with the under-17s from Poland, Jakub Krobot. And from Portugal, Ruben Gomez. Into the arena on table 3 with the under-17s from Germany, Linus Leitmann. And his opponent from Poland, Viktor Kashmare. Onto our stream tables. On table 2 with the girls from Sweden, Linnea Yalmstrom. And her opponent from Croatia, Tina Gulich. And finally, on table 1 with boys under-19s, from Norway, Robin Hauge Pettersen. And his opponent from Lithuania, Jokubas Silantievas. Your referees for the semi-finals are, on table 7, Gintaras Petrovas of Lithuania. On table 5, Alexander Vulovic of Serbia. On table 4, Florian Rettenbacher of Austria. On table 3, Pentti Seppänen of Finland. On table 2, Marius Karolinas of Lithuania. And finally, on table 1, Daniel Meyerhofer of Switzerland. Players, you may lag for the break.
Everybody to the final day of the Predator European Youth Championships in Podcetrtek, Slovenia. Our next match for today is a semi-final match in the girls division between Linnea Yalmstrom from Sweden on the left and Tina Gulich from Croatia on the right. The game is 9-ball. It's a race to 6, alternating the break, and the 3-point rule is in effect. And in the commentary booth is myself, Tim de Ruyter, to hopefully explain everything that will be going on. Trying my best. So as you can see, the 9 ball is racked on the spot. So yeah, well, nowadays the term high rack. We're breaking a little bit more of a cut break, looking to make still the 8 in the corner. Well, not that corner, and she's lost the cue ball a little bit. Did make the 3-point rule, so no legal break. Made 2 balls on the break and 1 ball passing the kitchen line. And an opening push out will be coming. Now, of course, the loser of this match already has a bronze medal. Sure, both ladies are looking to go a little deeper in the tournament. Linia already, I think she's won already once and lost the final in the 8 ball. Definitely looking to add another one to it. A little bit of an interesting push out because I don't think anyways there was much to do from that top left corner on the 1. Yeah, it has been a pretty successful week for Yalmstrom. Haven't seen much from Gulich so far this year. And especially in the junior division, usually you can gauge off a little bit of results from the past. But in this case, especially when they're still young, you're just not sure how much they have been progressing over the year. So I'm a little bit careful. Yeah, nice safety from Gulich. Don't think Yalmstrom can go over the short rail. Could go 3 rails around the 9. Just gotta make sure the 7, not to hit the 7, could be a little bit in the way. Yeah, so first opportunity goes to Tina Gulich. Oh, she's missed the 2 ball completely. She hit the 5 ball first. That was a little bit of a odd stroke there. Yeah, in general, I think most of the people would assume Yalmstrom is the favorite, and that means that if Tina is going to make these kind of mistakes early on, it's going to settle down Linia quite a bit. I don't know what she's exactly played here, but she should have always been on the other side of the 3 ball, the other angle, running towards the left, not towards the right. And then now cue ball tracking towards the corner. Ooh. She's just okay though. A little bit of a scary shot, actually, running off the 9 earlier. It's one to where if you catch it a little thicker or thinner, it's just a huge difference in where the cue ball tracks to. And I have to say, a little bit out of sorts, because she's ran the cue ball quite far now on the 7. And that means that if she makes a 7, she's always going to have a long cut on the 9 after. With the cue ball close to the rail. Does put a great stroke on that 9 ball though. So first rack goes to the Swede. Linnea Yalmstrom. Now from the semifinals, we also do have referees racking the balls, so it's not up to the players anymore. They have an active referee. Also, both tables have a shot clock. Or all tables, actually, all semifinals. They have shot clocks, they have active referee. To where usually throughout the tournament it's more of a area referee, so it's like one referee per 4 tables, for example. Yeah, a little bit of a full hit on the break, not that much cut. She does have all right layout. If she can make the 2, travel to the center of the table, 3 and the 4 are next to each other. And then 5, 6, 8, 9 all at the same side of the table. Not too much traveling to do. This is probably the most. This and getting from the 4 to the 5. Now, a little bit more cut on the 4. Does she get close on the scratch? I would say not. It also depends on what kind of pace she puts on the ball, but she played it nicely. Nice and soft pace. Usually you don't get close to the scratch. She held it nicely for the 5. I think it's quite important for her to get her first rack on the board, showing Linnea that if she starts to make a couple mistakes, that she's very capable to run out. That's the main thing, you know. When you're playing someone making stupid mistakes, but your opponent is still not getting the job done, it just gets you more comfortable because, well, there's no scare. not the greatest shapes. Was expecting her to just play top left and cross over 2-rail soft. She stunned the ball a little bit more. This is a bigger cut on the 8 than she really wanted to. Yeah, she's lost the cue ball. This is a tough shot. I've seen this 9 go wrong so often. To level the score though, Tina Gulich. Early nerves. Well, nice shot there on the 9. Ties the score 1 each. Yeah, nice run out. Sure, near the end of the rack, she lost the cue ball a little bit, but that's where she came up with a couple good shots, so hopefully that is going to settle her down nicely. If you consider there must be a lot of pressure on her too. She's in the semifinal of the European Championship. She's playing one of the favorites for the event, Linia Yalmstrom. Yeah, nice break there. Caught the break fuller this time. 2 balls in. Shape on the 2. 6 ball crossing the kitchen line, so that's why it's a legal break. Wow, that 2 ball seems to be quite the struggle. Both pretty decent opportunities for both ladies. Yeah, I have to say Yalmstrom not looking too sharp so far. Lost the cue ball a bit here and there, leaving herself slightly awkward here and there. Yeah, if she had put a little bit more left spin on that, it would have opened up also more on the second rail, on the short rail. But then still was a steep cut. Yeah, great chance for Gulich, but with the ball in hand to get on the rail right away after one shot. Difficult position to be in right away. Has to play top spin, straight over. Easy to mess up the speed. How does she get on the 6? No, she's lost the speed of the cue ball. Like I said, you're crossing your positional area. If she hits it too soft, she could be having a way too big cut on the 6. And if she hits it too firm like now, there's basically only the shot to the side, but I might even play safe here. How is she going to make the 6 in the side and get something nice on the 7? Yeah, good choice. Just afraid there might be a window in between the 7-9 to where she can hit the 6 and the 6 up table. Have ball contact, bring the cue ball underneath at 7-9. Could be a rack winning safety. Well, it is a chance for Gulich. It's a long one. Straight draw. But it's possibly easier than the 6 ball she had earlier. Difficult cut to the side. Yeah, missed the 6 ball by quite a bit, but if you look at the 7-9, really it's not the worst leave. Linia has to play the perfect bump into the 9. And now I might probably try to thin the 7 and try to leave the 9 in between. I think this might be her only chance. Yeah, funny things happening so far. Quite some difficult leaves back and forth. And straight 7, if she can stop the cue ball, she will be on the 9. Played it with top spin. She's again a little bit in between on this 9. And I feel like if she plays topspin now, the cue ball will go into the left side pocket. So I feel like she might have to elevate a little bit or cut the 9-ball a little thinner. Oh. Did manage to take away the scratch in the side, but she was playing with fire near that top right corner. Yeah, Gulich now breaking does make one on the break, not really one of the usual suspects. And I see that quite often on this break format, that players, they hit the break slightly thin. I really like a more thicker contact. And also if you hit it thin, the 1-ball usually goes to that top short rail, and sometimes you might end up without a shot. This time she did have a shot. And does she have... I was going to say it's off angle on the 2-9, but I am probably going aggressive on this. If she makes a 9, she could be up 3-1. That's some early pressure on Linia. Yeah, as you could see, she really was trying to bring the cube all the way up table. And the combination was very difficult. Had to really cut the 2-ball in a piece of the 9. Yeah, then still... I think I had one of Linia's matches yesterday where she played a very strong set. So I might have come into this match thinking about a similar performance, but she has to step it up a bit, I feel like. I mean, obviously there's a reason why both ladies are in the semi-final. It's not because they had a couple lucky 9s fluke in, so... Just gotta make sure... As long as you get kind of straight on the 8, I don't think any angle matters. Straight would probably be the worst. If it's straight, you might have to choose to just play a stop shot. So a nice run out there from Linia. Score now 2 each. Only a race to 4 from here. I think Linia now slowly is starting to get more feel for the table. Pace a little better. I think for Gulich, I think it's going to be a big difference for what kind of opportunities she'll get. Don't really think she had much else to shoot last rack. She did run out earlier. Nice clearance. Yeah, looks like she has a little bit of an edge on the one. Just gotta be careful not to send the one over in front of the bottom right corner pocket. I think that's exactly what she has done. Or did the 3-ball go right in between? Was it enough? That's the question. I would say yes. Now if she can thin the 1-ball behind the 3, that would be pretty nice position. She tried to spin the cue ball behind the 2 and the 8. But because of that pace, by the time it gets to that short rail, the spin already is off the cue ball. So would have to play it with way more speed in order to still crawl behind the 8. Yeah, that miss on the 1-ball could be a costly one if you look at this layout. Maybe something funny could still happen on the 2-8 combination. If you play too firm, the 2 might cross over to the other long rail on the left. Just missed the combo and the 2-ball. Oh, what has she done? I was just wondering, why did she not play with inside spin, leave the 3-ball to the right center? A little bit of an interesting choice. Has to go airborne now. Jump cue is out. Yeah, unforced error from Gulich. Especially the fact that she hooked herself on the 3-ball. That was not the best shot she could have played. And if she's going to make mistakes like this later on in the rack, I would say she could be in quite some trouble, because Linia with ball in hand on 4 or 5 balls at the table, you would assume that she runs out. Now, of course, everybody can still miss a ball or something that happens, so not trying to put any magic commentator spell on it. But in general, she's a solid player. And things can get scrappy near the first couple balls on the table, but when you get ball in hand with 4 or 5 balls open, that's where you can see the experience. She has already had great success in the women's game in Europe. Don't think she's ever got to the semi-final in the Euro Tour, but definitely quarterfinal in the women's Euro Tour. And then she might have actually had a medal in the European Women Championship. So there is already some experience. And then for Gulich, could be very exciting, but also quite some nerves could be there to play against someone like Linia. And there's a run out, so 3-2, Yalmstrom. After that cue ball hopping off the table for Gulich. So, as you can see, both players are going for a break. We're almost midway in the match. In the meantime, we have Robin Haag Pettersen from Norway up against the new freshly crowned European 10-ball champion Jokubas Salanchevas, who's having a great European Championships this year. Well, now I'm just wondering, maybe Linia did not take her timeout. Maybe she just went to go for some water. Could be many reasons to take a timeout, of course. Could be trying to change the momentum. Could be trying to sharpen up a bit, knowing that you're on the second half of the match and you don't really want to make that stupid mistake that could cost you near the end. Could also be just a regular restroom break. So who knows? We'll just have to wait for a little bit till she comes back to go on in this semifinal. And as you can see, Tina Gulich is back. She'll be breaking the balls, looking to make something on the break and get a reasonable shape. That would be ideal for her. Needs to get going. Doesn't want to go down 4-2. I think at some point Linia is going to get more and more comfortable. But this break It's everything but ideal. Yeah, almost got the hook there, Linea. Yeah, not too sure whether the one ball was laying nicely enough to do that. Looked to be pretty straight, and she really got the cue ball over more. And I think that's also one of the reasons why she's missed the one. Now, there is a run out. Needs some good shapes though. 3 does go by the 4, so if she can play low right and get a little bit of a higher angle on the 3 ball is okay still. And then as you can see, the 6-9 combination is wired, like it's like almost straight in. So basically any angle on the 5 ball gives you either the 6 or the 6-9. Yeah, then still she has 2 options. I think she's going to play for the run out, killing the cue ball. And that was in some way the risk for Tina. At some point, Linea was going to find rhythm around the table. So great, nice and clean run out from Yalmstrom. 4-2 up now. Slowly starting to run away with this match. She will be breaking. Who knows what happens on the break? She could be putting herself on the hill. On the hill for another final. Yeah, what to play? Cue ball frozen to the rail. Top left spin. Leave yourself long again on the 3 ball. So possibly 2 difficult shots in a row. That's 1. Now again, top spin, maybe just a drip of left. And if the cue ball can land just next to the 6, the green 6 ball, she could be on to get this match on the hill. Yes, looks like she might be on to where she is going to hit the 8 if she goes 1 rail back up. That's where she's going. Low left. Could have played low left to play the 6 in the right center. The risk with this kind of shot is you're really passing your positional area. So it's too easy to play it too firm or too soft. Yeah, couldn't really do much more with the cue ball. Now this long 9 is for Yalmstrom to get this match on the hill. 1 step closer to another final like I just mentioned, and she's playing this quite low in the cue ball. Well, she does get the job done. She completes the break and run and is now up 5-2. Is there any possibility left for Gulich to climb back into this match? Yeah, I mean, she's going to add illegal break. No shot on the 1. She's being put back in, and no shot on the 1. Even if she would go jumping, I would say it's a difficult one. I'm really not sure. Was she trying to hit the 1 very light, very thin, and get it safe? It was quite risky, and Linia could be going for a clean run out. She could also be playing for just a 2-9 combination. It's Again, a little bit off angle, but it's not the worst. She wants to run out in style. Yeah, just from 5 to 6 is key shot. One good positional shot could bring her into the final again. Stun right. No. Oh. I think she might have miscued there. Wow. Yeah, look at her. She's fixing her tip now, or at least checking to see if the tip is damaged. I was going to say, with the top view on that shot, it really looked a little bit weird because, yeah, it looked like she just missed it just that straight. But I was quite sure. Oh, I was going to say, I was quite sure something happened on it. So, safety battle back on the 7. Yeah, did play good pace. Linia got the full hook on the 7. Tina will have to kick this over the short rail. Don't think there is a lot of options if she kicks directly over that long rail. Oh dear. Oh, that could be all she wrote for Tina Gulich in the European Championships. Failed to hit the 7. A little bit high on the 8 still. Gotta say, she is quite tall, so she might still be able to reach. I would need maybe a little stool, a little step, because I'm not that tall. And then this 9 to make it to the final once again. Lina Yalmstrom. She's perfect on the 9, should be fine. And there it goes. So she advances to the final, beating Tina Gulich 6-2. Dominating performance. She is one of the top girl players in this tournament, so I'm not too surprised. So, Tim the Writer here in the booth for you. Thank you all for joining me once again. And our next match for today is at noon local time. The finals will be played at noon. And then afterwards we still have 2 more rounds of matches to come as we also finish the teams division today. So hopefully I'll see you back very shortly. We've got plenty more action to come.
told you not to do it. You say yes and then you don't do it. No, go out. He said, now forget about this match. It's over. It's in the past. But I have to have a look because I need to see if someone is taking too much time. That was good. I mean, Rex okay. Huh? Rex okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, our finals will be getting underway at 12:25, which is approximately 10 minutes. We'll see you there.
have like 7 minutes, so quickly one rack each if you will. Maybe either there or there. Up to you.
After 8 days of highs and lows, glory and heartbreak, it's time to see who will take home the last individual gold medals at the Predator European Youth Pool Championships. Presented by Therme Olimia Resort and organised by the European Pocket Billiard Federation. So let's meet our athletes. On table 3, it's the under-19 final. And firstly, representing Austria, welcome Seaman Attila. And his opponent, from Lithuania, Jokubas Silantievas. We're on to table 2 with our under-17 final, and representing Portugal, will you welcome Ruben Gomez. And his opponent from Poland, Viktor Kashmare. And finally, on table 1, it's the girls' final. Will you welcome, from Sweden, Linnea Yalmstrom. And from Poland, Julia Babica. Your referees in charge of the action. On table 3, Eva Podcetrtek of Czechia. On table 2, Vladislav Belkovs of Latvia. And here on table 1, Alan Bujas of Croatia. Players, you may lag for the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final day of the Predator European Youth Championships in Podcetrtek, Slovenia. We've reached the finals, and what a great matchups do we have for you all. On this table, we have Linnea Yalmstrom from Sweden taking on Julia Babica from Poland. The game is 9-ball, it's a race to 6. We are alternating the break, and the 3-point rule is in effect.
From Portugal against Viktor Kaczmarek from Poland. Interestingly enough, it's a debut final for both of them in the European Championships, so we can expect a lot of drama, a lot of tension, a lot of nerves, but also a lot of talent on display. My name is Arya Sorabi, and I will be talking you through this match as we've seen Ruben Gomez win the rack, who will get this final underway, officiated by our referee in the arena. Let's see how the young man from Portugal can get his final campaign underway in what should be a cracker of a match. Of course, the 3-point rule is in operation, and Ruben Gomez, of course, did pass that test. Seems to be faced with a tricky combination shot here on the 2 and the 6. he should be able to press the 2 off the reel back in the open if he were to make this combination. Yes, he done well there. Nicely controlled. Of course, on all the other remaining tables, only finals going on. So it really is the climax to what has been a wonderful 8 days here in the Podcetrtek, in this beautiful resort in Slovenia. Ruben, unfortunately, has left himself a little bit more work to do with this positional side of the 3 to the 4, a little bit lower than he would have liked. I don't know whether he can just come in between the gap of the 5 and the 9, or maybe that's a bit too risky. Yeah, well, unfortunately, that's all started with his position from the 2 to the 3. There was no need for him to leave himself that difficult on the 3, and that has been proven. The 3 was a little bit harder than he would have hoped. Like I said at the top of the program, both players are playing in their debut European final, so there's a lot at stake. This young man from Poland, as we've said in the past, Poland is a rising country in the pool scene. They invest a lot of time also in their educational system in pool billiard, so any Polish player you see in a latter part of a tournament is by definition a very good player, because in the national championships these guys easily played in tournaments where at least there is over 1,000 participants, if not even creeping towards the 2,000. So this young man might be playing in his debut European final, but don't take him lightly. As you can see, he's got nice mechanics, solid compact cue action, but that 5 ball just failed to drop. Both players have had a visit here in this opening rack. And now Ruben Gomez with a golden opportunity to take the first rack. There's nothing preventing him now with ball in hand to take the first rack on the board. It's fairly straightforward, just like that. To let his cue ball go a little bit forward, use the side rail to come up towards the 8. Just needs to make sure that he does not flirt with the middle pocket. A little bit careless to land as close to the side rail as he has done, off the back of a ball in hand to start off this visit. This shouldn't be too difficult for this young man, but again, a little bit harder than it should have been. Nicely done though. So Ruben takes the first rack, and it is his opponent to break for the first time in this final. Well, I don't know whether you heard the referee, but he called a foul immediately right after contact with the cue ball. Apparently, Victor, he placed his cue ball just across the line of the head string. So, as we all know, a foul means ball in hand for your opponent, and in 9-ball that is more often than not lethal. Still some mileage to do with his cue ball here, Ruben, to clear this rack. Might have to settle with a thin cut on the 4 in the side
Extension.
to go around the back of the 8 and the 7 towards the 6. Try to go around the 9. I'm not 100% sure whether he can see enough of the 4 to put it in the right middle. If he can, it's worked out nicely. Well, there's your answer. You could just see enough of the 4 to put it in the middle. And he seems to be off and again to take the second rack as well. And that was an interesting situation there with the referee and Victor. I think it's safe to say it's the first time in this championship that a player has made a foul right after making contact with a cue and the cue ball. So that's definitely put this young man from Poland on notice. As Ruben just gears himself up for this 9 to take a 2-0 lead. And it always helps if you can get off to a fast start. But still a lot of mileage left in this match, of course. Legal break there by Ruben, but nevertheless, he's not left himself a opening shot here on the 2, so a lot of work to be done before we get to see who will take this rack on their name. Yeah, unfortunately, that's gone completely wrong there for Victor. I suppose the only thing slightly in his favor is it seems like the 2 is glued to the rail, and that does make the positional side of the shot a little bit tougher from the 2 to the 3 here. And running into the 7 has now made this shot a whole lot more difficult, and sure, he can still continue this visit here and try and attempt the long putt, but I'm not so sure whether he can avoid running into the 9 here. Cue ball ideally should have run a foot further. Still in with a good chance to recover the situation, but it seems like with this angle he needs to cross the table twice
Extension.
to land on the right side of the table. I mean, if he wants to play this in a gentle way, then it's more or less trying to land your cue ball in the center line of the table, but then you're leaving yourself a thin shot on the 5. I think he can play this with a little bit right spin to come off the side rail twice. Well, so far this final, as you can see from the body language on Victor, has not been a good time. Like I said at the top of the program, both players are playing their debut final in this European Championship, so there's a lot at stake and a lot of pressure. These type of situations can really be career defining, as there are not a lot of people in this planet that can call themselves European champion, so it is understandable that both players are under severe amount of pressure. Ruben really needs to make up his mind what side of the 6 he wants to play position on. So either it's the left side of the table, well, a full angle on the pot would also be sufficient. Don't know whether you can just screw it past the left side of the 7. If not, just a perfectly executed stop shot would do. He had enough angle to cheat the pocket there, so made sure that the cue ball didn't go closer towards the 7 rather than a little bit further away. Put himself under pressure there. Well, nicely done nevertheless. So far it's been one-way traffic. Ruben Gomes takes the 3rd rack in this final. So, as you saw previously, his opponent, quite rightly so, a little bit concerned and not enjoying his time at the table so far. So, the young man from Portugal going nicely here. As you can see here in the overview in our other live stream featured table, it's the girls' final. That match is provided to you as well on our YouTube channel with 2 commentators. So you've got the luxury to dip in and out and watch all the action live and free, of course, on YouTube. If you want to show your appreciation and your support, you can do so by subscribing, liking, commenting, sharing, but also putting on the notification button so you don't have to miss any of the live action, not only in this event but in upcoming events where we will try to provide you with great content. Making contact with the 9 seems impossible from this position. But done well there. Use the 9 to get back up table. The only thing though is the 9 has occupied the 5 a little bit, so needs to leave himself a nice angle here on the 4 to punch his cue ball off any side rail rather to stay back in prime position. Not a lot to do with his cue ball. A stop shot would be sufficient. Oh. From where I'm sitting, it did feel like he's still feeling the pressure out there. That was quite a quick one in his backswing. Not a sign of a player that is completely settled.
Extension.
That nearly went wrong there for Victor. His heart stopped there for a second as he saw his cue ball go so close to the side rail. That was not part of the plan, but no harm done. Should be able to get his first rack on the board. You know, there is an argument to say just play a stop shot, as you can see from this angle, and leave yourself straight for the 9 into the side pocket. You don't have to do anything extraordinary with a cue ball unless you're desperately trying to draw it way out in the open. Victor gearing himself up. Makes the 9. You can see a huge relievement on his body language, on his facial expression. So finally he gets his first rack on the board, and now let's see whether he can get his teeth in this match and fight for one of those gorgeous trophies on the right of his shoulder, just over his shoulder. Ruben Gomes with another successful break, and that 3 does pass the 5, so one good long pot here on the 2. And I don't know whether a stop shot would be sufficient. Well, I think it does. See, judging by this angle where the 2 is sitting, that would be a good enough angle to work with. So really all he needs to do is commit himself on this shot here, execute this to the best of his abilities, and he should be off and running once again. Oh, that is a missed opportunity. And as you could see, Victor could not get We do apologize for that momentarily lapse of technical issues. We should be back up and running again. That unintentional cliffhanger was not part of the plans, of course. Ruben got closer in both pockets. But this positional shot here from the 4 to the 5 is not easy by any means. Victor is desperately trying to avoid running into the 6. He could use the 6 and play position on the 5, but in all honesty, there's no need. He really needs to make a very thin, well, before I got the chance to finish my sentence, he's played it and he's tried to draw it back fully. I do believe that was not the right way to address this difficult shot. Now, funny enough, if you cut this 5 in the top right corner pocket, there is much more chance for your cue ball to land nicely on the 6. If you cut it in the top left, your cue ball is going more towards the 6, so there's a bit more that can go wrong. But he missed it on the professional side, as we sometimes call this. If you're gonna miss a cut shot like that, it's always better to err on the thin side, because it will always come up towards the bottom rail or the top rail from whatever angle you're looking at it.
Time.
Tough shot here for Victor. And he's been lucky. I say lucky, of course, that this was always possible from the begin position, but he ran with his cue ball into the 7, so when you run your cue ball into other balls, there's never a guarantee that you can leave it safe. And that's caused a problem for both players. This is a great safety return by the young man from Portugal, but now, unless he gets a ball in hand, this rack is far from being over.
Time.
And from Victor's point of view, that's the last thing he would have wanted, to develop the 6. That was a very nice shot indeed. Made it look very easy, but it was far from being easy. Now he's got a delicate positional shot coming up. See, if he can send his cue ball towards the first diamond just below the top right corner pocket, should be able to make the angle. Went directly, could hit it thin enough. So that was 2 consecutive great putts there by the young man from Portugal. Like I said at the top of the program, for both players, it's their debut European Championship final. So far, considering the pressure factor, he's holding himself together nicely here. This straightforward looking 9 ball to take a 4-1 lead that takes him past the halfway mark in this final. Nicely in control here, the young man from Portugal.
Time out.
Both players back at the table. Victor on his break for the first time in with a great chance to close the gap here, as he desperately needs to do something about this deficit. It's looking like the final so far is slipping out of his hands, and well, has to be said, of the two players, Ruben has definitely looked the more confident at the table. This cue ball needs to travel. This is way too short. He was trying to play position on the forward to the right center pocket, and now all of a sudden you wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the combination here, because the cut in the middle is far from easy, and also with his cue ball being so close to the side rail, that cue ball can really go close towards this bottom right corner pocket as well. So don't know whether he's looking at a two-way shot here, maybe trying to attack the combination as well as trying to send his cue ball towards the 7, that if he misses the combination, he's got great chance to leave it safe.
Time.
Yeah, once again that's gone completely wrong, and what a chance here for Ruben Gomes. No problems at the table, just about keeping his composure, connecting the dots. Wow. How he's managed to run into the 5 is, well, nothing short of incredible. So to keep this run here going, he would need to pull off a tough bank. Nope, not even interested in the bank shot there. How important is that failed attempt of position play going to be here for Ruben? Victor having a tough time here, struggling to find his rhythm. And one other thing that I have picked up on is his cue action has become a little bit jabby. Perfectly understandable, of course, when you're playing a high stakes final. Ruben picking up the pieces here, and this is looking very nicely indeed for the young man from Portugal. Well, first glance, legal and successful break, and judging by the angle on the one, in all honesty, this can be considered as a great chance here for Ruben Gomes to put himself on the hill, and what a monumental victory this could be for this talented young man. Not a lot of people get to call themselves European champions in their sport, in their passion. So let's see how he can manage this potential break and run. What I do like is he's not rushing things, and also his cueing has still been consistent throughout, so that's a good sign. Shows that he's still out there really focused, not rushing shots, not getting ahead of himself. We saw the same thing happen with Ruben in his quarterfinal match, where he did have a little slow start, but right after, say, the fourth rack, he really picked up his level and barely made a mistake afterwards. So once again, we're seeing great composure by the young man from Portugal. Wow. That came out of nowhere. Victor back at the table with an unexpected miss. This is really a point of no return. The moment your opponent gets on the hill, you have to pray that he does not get a good chance to clear the table. As long as you can keep your opponent off the hill, there's always a slight chance to fight back. Well, it's needless to say he has to play perfect pool from this point onwards, because his opponent is awfully close, even though he's missed that 8-ball just there. Oh wow. You just simply cannot afford to miss opportunities like this. That is, I'm afraid, unforgivable.
Extension.
Ruben still had an extension to his disposal, so gearing himself up for this cut shot on the 9. I'm afraid Victor just wasn't at the races so far. And that was a golden opportunity to accept the gift that initially came on his way, but now it's looking ominous for the young man from Poland. And Ruben Gomes, well, what can you say? Overall, it's been a very convincing performance. Not completely faultless, of course. It just goes to show how important it is when both players are playing their first final that you get off to a solid start. And that he did indeed. Yep, I'm afraid that the wheels have come off for Viktor Kaczmarek. It's a very, very tough position to be in, playing your first European final, and not to show up in any shape or form is tough to deal with mentally. I'm afraid that is also part and parcel of becoming a professional. It's about being able to overcome these type of obstacles mentally. However, Ruben Gomes has failed to pay position on the 2, it seems. So maybe he will get a final visit to the table, Victor. Nonetheless, it's looking very grim indeed for him. Victor should be able to come up with a better safety shot here than his opponent. Yeah, he's just not at the races at the moment. I'm afraid he can't come up with one good shot, let alone 2 or 3. So that's very hard to deal with. You can see the dejection in his body language, in his facial expression. It never rains when it pours, does it? He's left the gap where I'm sure Ruben can definitely see the putting angle on the 2 in the top left corner pocket. And that is incredible when you look at the position of the 3 balls here, the 5, 7 and the 9. As is always the case when you're struggling, everything seems to go the other way. as that 2-ball just dropped. What could be the final visit in this under 17 9-ball division European final. And it has to be said, it was a tough day at the office for Jan Victor. But with the same token, Ruben has kept composure well here. Showed some solid stuff.
Extension.
One good pot and a positional shot here on the 7, and it should do the trick to pull him over the line. And what a way it would be to win your first European Championships title 7-1 in a final. That's something you can only dream of when you start taking up the game, but it's looking increasingly more to become reality here. Yeah, he's got options here. I think the putt in the center pocket is a lot easier than a long putt, so it's gonna come off 2 rails on the 9, just like that, and the line is perfect, and the pace in the cue ball also seems like perfect to me. So this final 9-ball for a historical victory in his young career. Ruben Gomes, as he puts the 9-ball, gets to crown himself European champion. Huge congratulations to the young man from Portugal who wins his maiden European Championship. As we would say in Portuguese, parabéns rapaz, você é o campeão. Thanks for your time and attention. Keep the live stream on because we will have other finals coming up throughout the day. Bye for now.